Hey Chad, what's going on, you guys? There we are. Sorry about that. Hope you guys are doing alright. Why are you... Hold on. There. What? Why is this being so, like, fast? Is it because I, like, bounce graphically, like, all the way up? If I turn that down, does that... Yeah, okay, I see. Balancing was weird, but... Yeah, okay. Seems good. But, Molly, thank you for stopping by. Montkai, I see you. I know you see me see you. But yeah, no, I said I'd stream yesterday, but I forgot that I also had work. So I figured I would do a little bit of streaming while I study for work on Monday. So we're gonna be doing some. I said I wouldn't do this while I'm in class, but it's time. It's fucking time. We're gonna be doing some Factorio. So I'm ready to sink another like 200 hours into this game and then not touch it for 9 months. I'm waiting for Factorio to finish launching before I transition scenes, so while I work on that, how are you guys doing? You enjoying your weekend so far? I know it's kind of just started for a lot of people, but you know, we fuck around. We have a little bit of fun. Let's see here. Do Twitch. Where's my phone? Probably gonna want that. Wow, Factorio is very not quietly trying to crash right now. Alright, looks like Factorio is launched, so I'm going to go over some initial setup stuff in the world, because I'm just going to start a new save. What is this? Who did what? Okay, sorry. Had to ensure that my alert box was working because I saw that I had an alert, but it's nothing. It's a nothing alert. I don't know what the fuck that's even about. Um, Gonna do rich resources and there. Cool. We'll call this our world. I hope it doesn't drop us in a desert. Fucking dropped us in a desert. So I noticed there's like no sound. Ah. Immediately. First things first. Ensured we're colored appropriately. Once I get some of this starting stuff done, like the very bare basics of automation, um, and a good starter base setup, we will work on. I'm gonna go break out my notes and study material and all that jazz, and I will get on to doing that. Also, why is the music playing? Oh, because for some reason that got turned up. I am gonna go and put on my own music because Factorio default music is pretty okay at best. Let's see. There we go. That'll do for right now. Three coals enough to get this going. Dope. Okay. I'm tired, you know? I'm just like tired of like this existence thing. It's kind of rough. There we go. Semi-unlimited coal source for right now. I'm gonna go get the stuff assembled for a basic fucking heated water assembly. There we go. I'm gonna need a water pump. Just gonna need some copper. Once I get like some form of automated um, resource refinement, I will go grab my study stuff because then we just have to backlog some of the resources. So, engine will cost us 31 of these. Plus 4 more of these. There we go. That'll do. Okay. While that works on resolving itself for a little bit, I will be right back. You may hear a little excess noise. I'm also working on getting dinner for tonight done right now, so that's what the catastrophe in the background is. But yeah, no, this should be more than enough to get us going at the very least. Trying to do a little bit of pre-planning. I know definitely something I'm gonna want to do is ensure that any and all movements I make are going to be less difficult to upgrade. So for right now, I can stick that there. Stick this immediately onto it. We'll backfill some coal. I do need to make an electric uh, mining drill. That's the very next step. Dope. I have enough iron for one. I just need the copper, which I have now. Nope, fuck. That, please, thank you. I'm gonna let that run while I go figure out some fucking wood. Because without wood, we don't have any form of electrical distribution. Without any form of electrical distribution, we're kinda just fucked. Dead trees work. Okay, I'm going to avoid fucking around with the trees that already exist that are like can actually remove pollution, because I'm gonna need as much of that as possible because I need to minimize the amount of pollution I create. Or I could just maximize it and say fuck it, which is what I'm probably gonna do. Okay. So as far as infrastructure is concerned, it's more than I'm gonna need for right now. Also gonna make one of these for planning purposes. Okay. Put that there. Covers out two's there. Meaning I'm gonna wanna there. And same thing for this. Cool. So with that there like that, I want to do it up like that. And then, do I have power lines built? No, I need to build those like right now so I can start planning out power distribution. Okay. Then with this 3x3 design, or well, 3-row design, I should say, I can cover basically all of this without any real problems. Okay, I'm going to bus everything to a sorting area and just kind of, mass, like, store everything. The key to success is excellent planning. Okay, so for the starting area at least, I'm going to work on getting all of the resources just in an area. I will be right back, though. It smells like my food is about ready. When the moon hits your eye like a great pizza pie, that's amore. I should probably put on like some form of music. Um, There we go. A little bit of royalty-free music, you know. I okay. First thing I'm gonna want to do to get this working is remove all the shit that's in the way. Prune and clean things up. Clean up the circuit a little bit because, you know, excessive belts are excessive. Occurs to me I never figured out any of the fucking power distribution systems, so let's do that real quick. There we go. And there should be similar story for this of we'll cover these four. Cover these four. Shit, I got a better idea. I'm not sure how I want to do this, to be honest. So I'm trying to minimize the amount of poles I need, while also keeping this in a radial distribution system, but honestly, it might just be more beneficial if I, you know, like this. Okay. So that supplies power to all of these. Same for this one. So that powering that. And that way I can ensure everything over there will be powered. Same for that. Now these ones I'm also going to want to distribute power to. Oh. This way I can supply power to a single entry point and cut off power to this area as needed. I'm going to do a similar setup over here. And by similar setup, I mean I'm just going to copy paste. Okay. There we go. That is how I want my power distribution and mining setup to look like. Alrighty. The next thing I'm going to plan out is a sorting system, of which I have no means of doing. So it's just kind of going to look like shit for a little bit. The best way I can get around that is by selectively choosing what goes where. So like I can default put this down onto a iron ore deposit like this, and then just run line from it and run this to where I want the sorted output to go. And same with all this, is just run it to where I want the sorted output to go, and then from there, I can quite easily just start making other things happen. I'm also going to need to design my array. So first and foremost, very first and foremost, I need to run a transmission line. Okay, so this is going to be the main backbone line from my from my power centers to my power distribution plants. So I'm going to run that there. And then same thing for this one is we're going to continue this transmission line up. And just simply connect it here. There we go. And now I'm going to want to make more copper stuff. So let me actually set down a furnace. So what I'm going to need to do is plan out how I want this to work. What I'm thinking is I'm going to do a 2-for-1 line. So, you know, combine our combine iron, like say combine ore with coal. That way, I can run a bus and just power each line as needed. And then I also don't have to try as hard to upgrade this. So it'll be just a 1 space here, a 1 space here. So 1 space, the thing, a 1 space, a 1 space, and then another 1 space. And I will have 2 collection lines pushing out. Even though those lines won't be filled, all I'll have to do to upgrade it is remove one of the collection lines. Or no, because the other thing I'm going to want to do is mirror this. So that's a 2x2 right now, but a 3x3 is going to come out here, meaning I'll want my end result line to be there, for sure. So the best way to do that for right now would be just ghost in one of these for each and every one, and that'll give me space for transmission lines as well. There we go. Something I'm thinking I could do is instead set it up like this. Which will cost me more belts, but that will also fill space. Allow me to throw down transmission lines on each and distribute as necessary. Speaking of, I'm gonna need some copper of some variety. So let me get some copper brewing for right now. Throw that in there, throw that in there. Life is good. I'm thinking I'm gonna need a lot more than this for these. Because yellow lines can only push about 5 or so deep before they before throttling gets them, and that's with the doubled up lines. So I'm thinking I'm gonna make these about 3 deep for now. Or no, I'm gonna go. 10 is too much. 10 will not get distributed fully. 10 is a good way of building back pressure on my lines, but outside of that, it's not really. Having 10 is excessive. But what I'm thinking is I build a 5D. I build these. So Control C. Build it 60. 6 is an odder number, but it'll work for now. That way I have at least, good distribution of all my components. There we go. This is more what I'm looking for. 6. So that's 2 outputs. Before I get too deep into doing that, let me also build this and get me one of these. Let's see here. Let me tell you though, refilling this boiler by hand is going to be a pain. So I'm not gonna be doing that too much. I'm gonna run a water line and then have these sink off of it. But for right now, for the moment being, for this micro instance, this is fine. I'm not gonna put these right here per se because I need to be able to build for that sorting system I wanted. I know once I evaporate all of these resources here, I'm gonna turn this into a resource drop-off point, but that's also going to require me to burn through all of them. Let's throw this in there for right now so it at least smelts while I go and get more. Oh, hey Mag, welcome into chat. Thank you for the sub. You really didn't have to, but I appreciate it. Factoring is, we're just starting, so . Not a whole lot going down, but it's certainly something. Um, right now I'm working on pre-designing a whole bunch of distribution. I need to get this set back up for better expansion. Build a blueprint out of this. Call it level 1 smelting. Go. That's 4 outputs. 4 outputs will lead to 8 bus bars, so that'll be good enough for right now. Oh, fudge, dude, my back. 8 bus bars, good enough for a chunk of the factory. I'm thinking I'm going to expand out this direction for my bus work and use the north and south directions to build factories and repost back over here. So there we are. Why do you have a bunch of extra belts in the middle of the output? This I have this set up very specifically to be easy to upgrade to electric furnaces. So all I would have to do is go through and delete these belts here and push these out one. And then I just remove coal from this, and I don't have to change any throughputs or expand belts or expand belt capacities. I would simply just have to cut out coal by turning off the coal input. But yeah, I'm thinking gonna do that for these. I should probably most definitely focus on actually getting some resources refined before I start like planning like this. Because like, sure, it's real cool to have all this design laid out, but I also don't have any fucking resources. So what I'm thinking is I'm gonna put this right here. You know. So iron level 1 here. And then leave space. Actually, I'll just put copper right up against it. That way I have enough space to build coal integration, make everything else work. I also don't need as much copper. So I can remove like half of it. Or over half of it, I suppose. But for starting out, this will be enough to at least get me to some level of automation. Yeah, I'd much rather build a self-stable, production rate is less important to me than it is being able to continuously build off of a plant. So I know that's not like the meta or anything. I should be more focused on getting like maximum outputs, but that's just for nerds. Okay, so iron output. I'm going to need one to each of these, so split it between here and here. And here. So take these two, turn it into one. Take these two, turn it into one. Take these two, turn it into one. And that will be enough to fuel my iron economy. So I'm very fortunate enough to have done this in a way that is beneficial for me. So I take this two-way split and I turn it into another two-way split. And then I can combine these two down into one. And then for the time being, I just use that. Now, this will incorporate however many from this into there. This will incorporate that from the coal and power the rest of that. The coal will be split one of two directions, so get that incorporated now. There we go. And then same for all of these, just there, there, and there. Okay, I may have fucked this up a little bit. So let me try this again. So this is a input. This is an input. I'm going to need to balance between that and that. Let's go out to there. Cool. So that's an input. That's an input. Those bounce out to there. And then this has its one input. I'm not miscalculating this, am I? Because we have the 3 sets for copper, then 1, 2, 3, 4 outputs for iron, meaning 2, 4. Oh, that's right, because these are sharing inputs, which is why they're so short. That's right, okay. That actually might not be a very good design now that I'm thinking about it. Doing it like that would probably be better for me. That way I have the room for expansion, but I can also forcefully just double up on the belts, increasing my distance, etc., etc., etc. So let me try this again. There we go. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 inputs. Oh, 4 outputs of iron. Alt D, okay. And then same thing here, except I only need 2 from the iron, from the copper, so I can get rid of these bottom ones like that. Sick. And then just clean up my ins and outs. Actually, no, that one was fine. Fuck. Dope. Okay. And then same thing for the copper as is the other one. And same thing for this one. I know that this isn't the most efficient in the whole wide world, but this allows modular inputs, so I can easily bias one of these to be its own build. I can also just easily incorporate this to be its own thing. So, okay. The other thing I do need to take care of real quick is there. That. No. I need to do a little bit of what we call forward planning. And by that, I mean set these up to... Ah, fuck. Shit, I forgot to... Damn it. Okay. I'm going to go through and rebuild this. Okay. I'm looking forward to when Factorio 2.0 update will be released. It looks really cool and sounds dope from what I'm reading. Ooh. So I'm actually not keeping up with any of the update stuff. Not because I don't want to, but because I'm just, well, I'm lazy. Quite frankly, I'm just lazy. But that's okay. Copper inputs there. Iron inputs there. There we go. Okay, let's actually get some form of production for these belts set up. And while that works, I'm going to get down to placing these furnaces. just check it here and there, reading maybe one every like month or couple months or something. Mood. That's certainly better than just not reading them at all. Out of nothing more than sheer laziness. Alrighty. Wow, we almost like fully distributed belt to the first node. First little line of things that need it. That's fucking dope. Let me real quick. Oh, that's a problem. There we go. This has me needing to figure out the least while also keeping this as compact as possible. Okay. I shall also definitely consider making some sort of second electric mining drill. Just so I can place it down here and get some coal production going. I need logistics as fast as fucking possible right now. In order to make the 20 of these that I need, I need 19 more copper plates. Hmm. There we go. That's the 19 I'm gonna need. Very cool. Dope. So the thought occurs to me. Now that I have outputs established, I'm going to need to send these outputs someplace. So for the sure, you can eat thoughts, you can eat dreams even, but you just can't kill ideas. That's not allowed. Okay. I'm going to need a metric fuck ton more of those, but for right now. This will bring me to about half of what I need. Oh, Lord. I am just tired right now. Well, that works on producing 20. I'm gonna go finish filling in this with what I have. There we go. Still have 16 left over, which is fine. A little bit of a nuisance. Tiny bit of a nuisance, but I can use this 16 for other things. Ooh, I need like a lot of copper, actually. Much better to eat them. You only get 1 cent per thought. You know, that's a very valid point. That's incredibly valid. Because at least if somebody's eating my thoughts, then, you know, I can satiate somebody. Whereas I cannot feed myself nor anybody else off of a single cent. The other thing I'm going to want to build is a lab, which requires 15 more copper, a whole bunch more iron. Goodness. It's probably more than enough. So, set up electricity miners to do the work for you. Yeah, I need to. I'm working on it. I'm just kind of being slow about things at the moment. I need to run power out to this. There we go. That'll do for right now. What do you mean you're not plugged in? Oh, I missed one. Damn it all. Oh, shoot. I probably should have used that to make a lab with. Oopsies. Oh, well. I'll at least give me enough time to, get this junk sorted out. Okay. Stretch time. Oh boy, the sun is up. Amazing. I Oh, why am I walking away from this? I need to finish getting power distributed to, the bare minimum of things. Okay. Oh, I lack wood. Um, let's go cut down some freaking trees, I guess. I simply cannot believe that the game decided to spawn me in a desert. How cruel. How cruel and... I don't know. Fuck it. Okay. For the moment being, that's where that will live. I'm going to dedicate half of this plant to research development and the other half to just automatic construction of building anything at thresholds. The threshold until I unlock a green wire, which is a ways away. Let's see. Logic. Circuit network is what I'm going to need it for. When I unlock this, I can actually, set real deal thresholds, but until then, it'll just be I have a wooden box or a iron box or a steel box, and the threshold is it full, yes or no? Which, I mean, isn't a terribly bad way to be. Man, that's so painfully slow. Anyway, um, I will deal with the logistics of this later. Yep, I know. I know. If you balance your steam pipes right, it can support up to 3. At diminishing returns, mind you, but I just, for the moment being, it is a power supply to a basic system to get basic automation running. Once I have logistics, the planning is going to go freaking nuts. I think the first thing I'm going to automate is belts, because I'm always going to need belts. And then after belts, it's going to be inserters, and after inserters, I don't know. But that's at least going to be for the plant side. Okay, so I allow me to clarify, I guess. Um, my normal setup for how I build this is I will have a water system. Let's see, where the hell? So I will have a water system that supplies a boiler train. So set of boilers all up on this side. Well, maybe not here because I do want to run a, excuse you, supply belt out to here with inserters. And then this. So, and then instead of having a 1-to-1 where it's 2 engines per unit to help maximize the amount of distance I can use here, I'm instead going to leave a gap to add more engines in a straight line and use up less. Like, oh no, I'm tired. My brain don't work quite right at the moment. Tell you what I do need to do, like, right now, though. Get some motherfucking iron. The plan isn't to fully spec into using, steam engines, though. Because as soon as I can replace steam engines with solar and or nuclear energy, I'm gonna. It's 3 to count for there, and then 1 to count for there. 5 total, so... We have our 1 boiler and our 1 steam engine. Yeah. So, suppose that's what I was trying to communicate. With this, I can also include a small aside to start incorporating steam, like, storage tanks over, but about the time that I have storage tanks, I'm also going to have solar energy, and I'll be uprooting this to replace with solar. Because steam is a good, reliable source day and night, but as soon as I have solar and then accumulators, I have no need for steam because that just creates excess pollution, which in turn makes more biters, which makes a heavier draw on my resource. It's just it's better for me to just avoid having to deal with biters in the first place by eliminating one of the main causes of their concern, so to speak. that, we have power production again. That's also true. The density is kind of a problem, but we'll figure that out. We will figure that out. That's so the ineffectiveness of solar is actually one of the things I have for my capstone project is we have a facility run off of solar energy, and they've asked us students to come in and build a mock-up of how we could better their system, and it comes down to add generators, and I think that's really funny. Automation is the next big research point. Okay. Dope. I'm going to need to go through and actually place down these parts. Generators plus batteries, flywheels to handle power changes. Kind of. So, how I should specify for the organization that I work for, the power generation equipment that we use has really good, like, automatic load acceptance. So, like, if the plant is set to auto mode where it will just kind of run itself, then as load gets put onto the units, they will kick online and begin producing power. But over at the hydro dam that they have in the area, which actually does provide a decent chunk of the power generation for this area, they use the power that we generate to kickstart their motors, because sure, you can just start spit you could just let the water pressure start slowly spinning the turbines in the hydro dam, but they have electric starters attached to them, so they they rely on us to be able to provide that extra kickstart of energy. Now that I have automation complete, and the hydro generator can be used for pump storage when the production gets too high. Yeah, exactly. So they actually refill the lake that they draw from with it, and during periods of high demand, they can meet that productivity without worrying about draining the lake below eco standards. It's actually a really cool setup that they have. I'm a huge fan of it. Is this just... Okay. Now that I have actual linked production over there, I'm going to start working on... I mean, I've got these extra burner miners that I can just throw on for the moment. And these will at least begin to produce coal. But somewhere to Dynaway Power Station in North Wales, which is used to handle sun power demands. Yeah. It's actually really common with hydro plants to use use the extra energy that they're producing throughout the day, or at least when they have enough available inductive load. They will turn on some pumps and fill a nearby reservoir to create gravity storage, which I think is just super fucking cool. Buy low, sell high, but for electricity, exactly. The only real big issue with that idea for a system is you run into the issue of you need inductive load, so you have to, I believe it's you need to have a whole bunch of leading power factor in order to be able to add that kind of inductive load. If you have resistive load, if you have more resistive load available, then you will find yourself struggling to actually, meet your demand. I might have that backwards. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I definitely have that backwards. Resistive load is lagging lagging kvar, whereas inductive load is leading kvar. That's right. But where was I going with that? Generating for inductive load is real easy. It's so there are some stations that produce so much inductive potential, or sorry, so much resistive, or yeah, inductive. No, produce such heavy leading power factor that it actually affects the grid. So they have these huge just motors attached to their transfer stations to help balance out the power that they're putting back onto the grid. Because all the national power grid is just a large. It's just every power company coming together and saying, yes, we're not going to fuck it up for each other. It's the one time that capitalism actually wins. Okay. Let's see. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Small, simple, easy bus will be the first thing I produce. That's gonna be a pain, like, immediately. But oh well. I can work around it. Pain. Annoyance even. Cool. Alrighty. Should be producing just enough here shortly for me to finish building up this, coal input. I'm gonna scream. That's 1, 2. So close. So close. Super workout. Really tricky. I see how it is. I see how I thought we were friends like that, but no, I guess not. Yeah, give me just 1 second and I'll get that knocked out. Okay. Ah, shoot. One electrical stunt I saw was a person who had 3 to 4 offshore pumps, each feeding their own line of boilers. Each of those offshore pumps was hooked to an accumulator. I mean, I suppose that could work. That'd be like a good, surge protection with battery backup. So if for some reason your plant does go down, like your boilers get attacked or something, you have enough backup electricity to go and fix it before you're completely dead. But I don't know. I don't know. That sounds real complicated. TBH. So we're meeting satisfaction, not demand. No, we're meeting demand, but not satisfaction. What are some accumulated pumps? So he built a logic circuit to peak shave. That's pretty fucking good. That's actually pretty fucking cool. That's actually really, really fucking cool. I like that a lot. course, Factorio has the advantage that its boilers and steam engines have a 1 second response time. Yeah. So there's plants out there. Like there's diesel and other like fuel based prime movers that exist that do match what Factorio's steam engines are. Of um within however many ticks it takes the game to do exactly that, we could equally have a prime mover online, but the issue becomes it's just expensive. They're very expensive units for good reason. They're very good units. They're just peaker plants. Okay, multi. Kind of. So using prime movers to peak shave is kind of illegal. You have to technically be an ESP in order to do that without having 3-letter agencies show up at your door. And that's not like exaggeration. Like quite literally, um, you will have electricity providers hire people to show up at your facility and tell you to knock it the fuck off. There we go. Now we've automated our coal input. Make 2 of these, which is going to require me an awful lot of steel. Let me, before I worry about getting that set up, get at least one of these online. But peak shaving is kind of illegal. It depends on where you are and what you're doing it for. If you're doing it with the sole expression just to save a little cash, then yes, it is illegal. But if it's for like disaster response to help lessen the impact of the lessen the impact of a event, so that emergency response teams can actually respond faster, then it at that point it's the same as like white hat hacking, where it's not frowned upon, but like maybe don't do it without Uncle Sam's explicit permission, But limited knowledge was from the Hornsdale Power Reserve, Australia's big battery setup, the one that helped reduce occurrences of brownouts. Yeah, exactly. So a lot of a lot of a lot of what determines the legality of if you can and cannot do something comes down to where in the lines you're doing it. From a residential section, you definitely should not, under any circumstances, be trying to produce prime power. Just no. You would be fighting way too much just to produce enough power to power your house, your neighbor's house, and everybody else on your block. If you are on the transmission side, post if you're on, so the step up from customer side, which is, the power lines coming from the poles into your house. If you're after that, you transform down from that to transmission power, which is you have a substation that is feeding a network. That network is then feeding your customer transformers. And if you are producing power then for, added benefit, if you work with a power production facility, then yeah, understandable. That's probably it might happen, but more than likely what you'll see is on the other side of that transformation, you're fuck. I forgot the term for it, but it's not transmission, it's delivery power, I believe. Usually you'll see that up in the megawatts or not megawatts, gigawatts, as you are pushing power long distances to different substations from your generation facilities. Your generation facilities have another transformer in between them. That transformer yard is typically stepping up from, at least here in the U.S., the standard is 4160 at 60 hertz for transmission. We'll step up from that to your long distance transmission, and then that long distance transmission will feed into different into different substation yards, and then those substation yards will transform down into your delivery voltages. Your 480 or your 4060 at 60 hertz, and that will be then stepped down to line and phase voltages for customer power, and that's the little like transformer boxes you see on the power poles themselves. How Factorio does it is, I mean, it works. You're using prime movers to power an isolated grid, and that's fine. This works just fine. But if we were to design like an infinite grid, we would actually need like transformation and like all that other fun jazz. Oh, what is this? Oh. Shoot, the homie is live. Let me go say hello to them. There we go. That's the one I wanted. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. I don't have any other comments about power generation. That's effectively how most grids work. I mean, the grids in the U.S. work like that. Everywhere else in the world runs off of 50 hertz and a different power set. It has its advantages and it has its disadvantages. Like, here in the U.S., because we run 4160 at 60 hertz, we are able to transform a lot farther out on our lines than places in Europe. But imitate real life Factorio would need to simulate lower power efficiency over longer distances with specialized poles that reduce that efficiency loss. So that loss in power over longer distances really comes down to that can be corrected through just increasing your cable size, which then you would have to like import some sort of like cable sizing management and making different sized cables for different distances. You can mitigate loss through just stepping up your cable size, basically. But that does also incur its own inductive resistance, and just it's a pain. This is so much electrical engineering for your head. Yeah, it's sorry. It's my job, and I love it so much. I do. I wish I was better at it, but I'm still in school. I hope one day I can be the electrical engineer I always dreamed of being. Um, is this not getting enough power now? Oh no, we ran out of fuel for our prime movers. So let me go re-import that. Yeah, no, we just ran out of fuel. Not the worst fate ever, but let me while I'm waiting for these belts to finish constructing, I'm gonna go through and set up this bus. I think what I'm probably gonna do is keep this primary bus here and split it up to two. Split each line of it once per production line. That way, I can have a lower demand production outlet paralleled with a higher demand one, so that there's always flow to the lower demand one when it's needed, and it's never like backlogged. So I don't have like a shit ton of like iron plates sitting behind just one or two low demand plants. I'll definitely check that out. Thank you for the recommendation. Um, yeah, I one of the things that we actually talked about in class the other day was the brownout that happened up in the Northeast a while ago. I'm unsure as to how much information you might have about that one, but oh shoot, what I'm wasting my I need to get this line connected immediately. There we go. One idea for your factorial power grid to use splitters to prioritize sending coals to boilers first. Yeah, but that's what I think I'm gonna do is actually prioritize sending coal to the smelting facility first, because this will eat more of the resource. And in the starting phase, it's kind of a crawl, and I have enough backlog that it's going to continue to crawl whether or not I'm here babysitting it or not. But I need to start getting some form of demand put onto this line, because what's really interesting about Factorio, and this game has actually genuinely been a huge help. Like, having played as much of this game as I have, it's been a huge help on actually getting through my engineering school, because if you think about it, everything in this game can be applied to electrical engineering in a way, because it's all like logics and gates and whatnot. For example, having an output. These six will produce two. Will produce a set amount of ore per minute, or will produce a set amount of plates per minute. And if I can meet the fueling demands for it, being coal and iron ore, then each of those will contribute to applying a pressure, if you will, a psi to this belt line. This belt is only capable of moving so much per tick before, it slows down, before it starts meeting the resistance of moving all of this stuff at once. So it's really weird. It's really, really weird. But if you stop and think about it a little bit, everything in this game can be worked as if it were an electrical power supply system. One Japanese company used Factorio to serve as a pre-interview for their engineering candidates. All of them were given the same startup settings and were judged on their resulting factory. I would probably not get hired there, because although although I have like what is it, 503 hours in this game, I have yet to actually beat it. Like, I don't know, something about hitting fluids. Like, I've made it through fluids a couple times, but it's at that point where I kind of got lost in the sauce and just could not, like, keep my head on long enough to just to finish out launching a rocket. I got close a couple times, but just never quite made it. Okay, let's see. Generally, the more manual work needed in a factory equals the resume is not needed at that time, but if fully automated with status lights. Gotcha. I mean, it's not terribly hard to set up. It's just working in a time crunch. I don't think I'd be able to make that I don't think I'd be able to make that simply because I enjoy sitting down and very quietly planning out everything, taking my time, not having to put too much work into it, but just enough that I can get something decent working. That'll do. This will at least get me some production working. Okay, so belts. Yellow belts require 1 gear and 1 iron plate. This is probably the lowest demand thing that I could possibly do while also needing so fucking much of it. So I'm quickly going to extrude a little bit of the like factory main bus. Just like that. I don't need much more to it because up next is building this, which will automate my belt production. All I know is that electricity is Ohm's law. Uh, volts, amps, resistance, or... So, if you understand how to find volts, amps, and resistance, you have all of the information you could possibly ever need to calculate power. In the end, if you have 2 of those 3 components, you have more than enough to calculate the power of an entire grid. Mostly. So, granted, you'll need to know your inductive and resistive loads to calculate your power factor. 1 volt, 1 amp, 1 watt. Yep. So 1 volt. So volts times amps equals watts. To calculate volts, that would be amps times resistance. V equals R. Yeah. So with that, how do I not have these on my fucking hotbar yet? Sorry. Where was that? So with that information, if all you have is a wattage and a resistance, you can actually find your amperage and your voltage because because volts is amps times resistance, uh, that can be derived to um, amperage squared times resistance equals wattage. So wattage, so the square root of watts divided by resistance is equal to your amperage. You know, it's really simple algebra stuff. Okay, fucking save lag. Please don't do that again. That was a nuisance. Um, so I'm just gonna need an ungodly amount of belts, which is fine by me. I will take time a little bit later to expand this out fully, but at the moment I'm just trying to get some sort of automated iron copper production. Coal production is already where I need it to be at for right now. So getting some sort of automated copper production so I can start automating the production of other components, vital. Absolutely vital. Um, why am I outputting to a smaller belt instead of the main belt? So I clarified this earlier with Tricky, but I have this set up so I can easily integrate it to be when I unlock electric furnaces, because I'm going to unlock electric furnaces. I can just simply remove this line, and I will be able to input electric furnaces, and I won't have to affect any of my bus work. I won't have to change the split ratios of anything. I just remove the smaller belts here, and profit. Right now, it's kind of a backed up system because I don't have enough load on this, but that's fine. Um, realistically, I have to get some production down, and I could spend the time to meticulously build this to be, you know, good as I make it, but that also requires me to be careful, and I am not that, not even remotely. So, why aren't you linked up to anything? genuinely. That was weird. That was weird. I don't know why that wasn't, like, linked to anything. There we go. In that case, just have a smaller belt pointing directly at the main belt. It saves you 1 belt per pair of smelters. I guess. Yeah, you're right. It does save me belts in the end, but I don't know. I kind of like how this looks because it also forces a tiny bit of back storage on the belt itself. So I can tell at a glance what is, more backed up where I'm choking out on needing belts. Okay, speaking of, let me finish. And with that, we now have copper being put in. The plan is, as I drain the resources from this area, I'm going to replace it with a balancing and filtering station because you may notice the super muddy parts of the ore patches that are touching. And the hope is by the time I get around to actually putting electric drills on that, I'll have some sort of way of filtering and cleaning up my belts. Because right where my transmission main is right now, as well as these labs, I want to put in some sort of like filter system, so I can just filter out the ores and stone and pump it into where it needs to go into the plant. But at the moment, this is a fairly okay start area. Yeah, see that works, but um, at my current moment in progression, I can only filter so much. So like, say I want to filter only iron to go through this. I'm already being attacked. I'm already being attacked. Are you fucking joking me? Fuck off. That's super annoying. That's like actually really fucking annoying. We haven't even really gotten anywhere yet. I'm already being accosted. Also upgrade the pistol to the SMG ASAP. Hopefully I won't need to even use the pistol, But I do need to start working on some form of defenses and just... Okay. This is where things get interesting because I've hit the point where I need to outrace the biters and get some sort of defensive turret ring set up. filter at the smelter, Z filter at the mining location. Gotcha. I will give that a try. But realistically, I feel like I can get to filter sorters before I need to actually worry about, these muddied belts. Something I do want to do is, now that I have production line 1 set up for the belt, for the factory bus. Why? What here isn't... Oh, that's right, I did this like a dummy. I'm going to finish implementing belt stuff real quick, actually. Fucking again? What? Where is it? Where the fuck? Oh, they're actually like... That's a nuisance. It's like actually a problem. Okay. First things first is I'm gonna have to set up some sort of defensive turrets. Do walls after that. Okay. Is that a desert world? Yeah, I did a random seed to start off with, and it looks like it has just spawned me in a desert. So I'm kind of SOL. I need how many to do gun turret? 10? 5 and 5. So let me run down here, steal some more of these. Okay. While that works, I'm going to lay down some more belts. Okay. This is going to be a pain. I know for sure what I'm going to need to do after I get, you know, some automation of science set up is retool this to be a 8 bus for steel, or 2 sets of 8 buses, 16 bus I guess, for iron plates, and then a 8 bus for copper plates, and then have a separate circuit for stone blocks and steel plate production, and then from there work my way down. But luckily, with how I have this set up, it is as simple as just retooling it as I go. Because if I come down into here, so this is one of 2 that I want to be running to the science ring. So this many total is how many I want running, like, the bulk of a factory. And then I will want this followed up on it to match the need for copper, which I can just throw down here, TBH. Yeah, I'll position it better later, but essentially having all of this, half of it producing for the plant, the other half producing for the science ring, will ensure that I always have enough flow to both parts of the factory. And I'm also trying to have it designed in a way so that if I need to add more to it... You're fucking joking me. Nice part is I can at least establish some form of point defense. That's a good idea. I do want to do that, but I'm going to hold off just a little bit. Right now, I just need a turret or 2 for point defense. And I can establish more turrets later on. It looks like we're not meeting power demand. No, we are. I forgot how fucking slow all of this is. There we go. That will at least protect me somewhat for the time being. Not a substantial amount, but just enough. Just long enough for me to get science automation done and you know, actual building of stuff. There we go. This should hopefully be enough for the time being. Like, what do we even got over here? Oh, that is a relatively medium-sized den. So if they do a full swarm, my turrets are going to take damage, but it's just enough. Fuck, dude. I say, Chief, this ain't great. This ain't great. Okay. Got a problem. You just ain't got enough gun. Use more gun. I feel like I've already reached the point where I'm outproducing my resource build. Like here pretty soon I'm gonna need to go add another boiler, or another engine to that boiler, just to start meeting demand. I could, but I prefer the wider spread efficiency of having them spread apart. It creates less dark spots in the ore, while also maintaining them at mining as effectively as possible. Oh, my head. Let's get this cranky bitch split off. Here's what I'm gonna do. I will have these two jump under. And go join this for the time being. Again, this is all like minor circumstantial. I will upgrade it here in a little bit. I'm just trying to build automation for my automation sooner rather than later. I'll have that set to outputs 1 and 2. So this effectively has its own refinement plant already attached to it. Cool. I guess you could say this is like a good mock-up of the ratio that I want going into my plant. Because look, I'm not even fucking bothering with this right now. Someone reference that seemed appropriate. Jumpstart base. Maybe. Maybe. We are getting close on our demand versus production, so I'm going to, just for the sake of it, before we start actually losing capability, go and produce another steam engine, another boiler, another steam engine. Yep. Step your way through the different levels of productions, create demand as you meet it, and very carefully work your way into actually having a plant. Okay, so this is actually like about optimal how you want to have it, where you're producing, where your satisfaction is met at all times, but you're never producing more than 80% of what you need. Granted, I saw one of those we're hiring things for a power facility back home, and these motherfuckers had the audacity to say, yeah, no, you just have to maintain a plant at 98% or better efficiency. As if they didn't understand that going above 100% is not a good thing. Granted, most prime movers are rated to go above 100% efficiency for, a set amount of time per, it's engine specific, but just kind of a nightmare, I the way my current employer prefers it is we stick to around 80% efficiency and never step above it unless absolutely positively necessary. Yep. Which is, great. Absolutely fantastic. Factorio exists in an ideal production area. There we go. In my experience, you typically need about 4 times the iron that you do copper, at least until you unlock fluids, and then it becomes about for every like 200 for every like 10 plates of iron you'll use like 4.5 copper, and that's because sulfuric acid. There we go. We have 2 minibuses set up. As well as our copper bus established. Sweet. I just need to get this producing, which is decently simple. I also need to meet demand. Okay, cool. Cool. With this, I will actually be more than primed to start, start meeting any demand load I put onto my resource production. I just have to start, meeting the fuel requirements for it. Which is a weird way of saying it, but it's effectively it. Of I fuel my system using coal and iron, and meet demand. I meet the demand of iron plates and copper plates. With that, I should be more than good on iron ore. Like, way more than I need, actually. But I do need to start amping up my coal production to, make with the demand of iron. I'll try your the thing that you mentioned. So filter iron left, filter coal right. If this works as intended, then let me actually simplify it a little bit more. Let's see. The key is to send the money belt west. Oh, fuck. Good work, team. Fucking annihilated it. Holy shit. Okay, that's really not good to fucking see. Oh, that's so not good to see. Two were not enough. Soon. What I want to get done before I start assembling for ammo is I want to establish a perimeter ring. So if I save real quick, if I save game, call this tomorrow. No, I already have one named tomorrow. Quit out. Single player load game. I believe it was Bastille actually. Yeah, okay, so this is the one. If I just run to my resource drop off real quick. I could have just picked back up on this save, but fuck that noise. Ignore the really piss poor train system. I need to do more work with trains, but I'm not great at it. But you notice how wait, what the fuck? Why is there just blank space? What is being consumed? I was gonna say, you notice how there's just a high pressure line of ammo that constantly feeds a perimeter wall of turrets. Oh, right, I accidentally destroyed this. Why are there so many parts of this that are just fucking ruined? There we go. But yeah, just a fat line around the base that supplies ammo to turrets, and I just add more turrets to the spots that need it. A drone network would be super helpful for this, but I'm lazy and haven't implemented. No reports with repair packs nearby. Nope. This all done by hand. All done by hand because I haven't unlocked any form of. I'm actually working on that right now. But I'm just lazy. I'm too lazy to set up a drone network. Even though it's more work to actually not do that. Good morning, Jack. Welcome into chat. Let's see. What was I doing here? Oh, right. Not dying. One of the preferred activities by fascists and communists. Did you know by not dying, you can save yourself at least one death every 40 hours? Grabbing a whole bunch of plates to handcraft ammunition. Yep. 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 I'll have I'll have a I'll have an ammo automation area set up here shortly. Like I said, I primarily need to ensure some form of point defense while I finish meeting the demand that I've just created. Because I have barely any load on my system, but I do have a projected load that I need to be able to match before I'm able to willingly start sinking it on. So let me go start including these. This seems to be fine. There we go. Almost enough to meet demand. Okay. My lack in demand is because of coal at the moment. Because this is fine. I'm not going to need all of this. Something went down over here, and it was a turret. That's painful. Okay. Oh, I don't have enough copper for once. That's fascinating. Yeah, I threw in 20 clips of ammo. It's just because that forward turret there was out of position, it was overwhelmed. And by the time it got overwhelmed, um, the other two turrets weren't able to keep it alive. Like, when they're in onesies and twosies like that, it's doable, but when they build up and swarm, that's when it becomes kind of a problem. Painful. But that will definitely not be the first time I die. Alrighty. See ya. Thank you for stopping by, Foldly. Foldly go. Silly name. Love it, though. You have a good day. Enjoy yourself. I will be here for a good long while. I was trying to build myself up to a point where I can just kind of sit and do nothing for a while, wait for resources to stack, but uh, I think I subconsciously did this in a way that I can't do that. Mini workout. Oh yeah, shoot, right. That's right. I owe a super workout and now a mini workout. So let me do both of those real quick. Um let's see. Super workout is 5 push-ups, 40 sit-ups, 75 squats, 30-second plank on top of the 5 sit-ups, 5 squats, and 1 push-up. So six push-ups, 45 sit-ups, 80 squats, and a 30-second plank. I will knock that out real quick. So while I do so, please enjoy the mesmerizing movements of automation. I'm actually going to go stand closer to the turret so I can monitor that while I do this. Something, something, the March of Progress. Okay. I will be right back while I take care of those real quick. So, start with 45 sit-ups, because those are easy. Oh man, big stretch will roll up too. This is gonna fucking suck, actually. Okay. 45 sit-ups. 1, 2. Oh, fuck, dude, my chest. Like, laying down flat on my back for some reason, like, my sternum hurts.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 18, 19, 20.
Ooh. Hopefully nothing terrible happens while I'm doing this. Ooh, fuck.
Forty.
Okay.
Three. 44. 45. Okay.
Real quick, just go down here and check out this. I'm going to do this and then run and take care of something else. And then afterwards, I'm gonna I'll plan out the science ring and also get like actual production lines planned. So. Okay. 80 squats. Painful, mildly annoying. Oh well. Okay, halfway down the squats. I saw something ping up on the map. I think it was we got attacked over here. That'll do. That'll do. Hi, Molly. How are you doing, bud? Welcome back. Five. 6, 27, 8, 9, 30. How was fencing? Did you have fun? There we go. There's your 80 squats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And now for the 30-second plank. And I'm back. Sorry about that. Looks like we have the electric miners that we made. So, to start off, I'm gonna you should be more than enough to keep up with the coal demand. Okay. Let me get these plugged in real quick. There we go. That should be enough to keep up with the copper demand. Now what I need to do is start actually programming in these buses. So first one I'm going to want to build is right about here. Let me get one of these for building purposes. So the end result is this. Red science, which requires a gear and a copper plate. So I'm going to need there we are. So what I'm thinking is copper injected into there, gears put into here. Oh man. There we go. Oh, that's a nuisance. Okay. So now that I have this science ring planned out, I'm going to start work on getting some form of fucking. Uh... Oh, see you, Molly. I hope you have a good time and enjoy your lurk. God fucking damn it. Well, boys, be willing to say she's a little fucked up. Occurs to me I didn't have stream avatars turned on. That's my bad. I'm sorry about that. I'll just respawn. Hopefully they don't wipe the rest of my base. This is kind of a fucking problem. Nope, they're gonna wipe the rest of my base. I have to load. Fine. I'll do it myself. Excuse me, sorry. Okay, I have determined that that is too great of a threat to be able to fend off for right now. So, what I'm gonna do instead is just, more turret. More gun. Okay. I'm going to pull my first official branch from this to start producing ammo. Okay. Okay. Starting to become a nuisance. This is... Okay. Sorry, I went silent there. I was fucking just lost to the void, I guess. I need to get some sort of automation to these turrets, because if I can get them all consistently supplied with ammo, then, you know, that's a win. Next step after this is ensuring that you know, I can get walls around these. There we go. I really desperately need to, like, build more of these. Also finish the ammo supply line. There we go. That would actually be a better way of doing that to save myself belts. Just one here, here, and one here. And then same for this one. Okay. There we go. There should be more than enough of a semi-point defense. At least until I can get walls. Ouch. Of course, by the time I have walls, I'll also have better guns. Hopefully. So let's work on some form of automation real quick. By some form, I mean continuing the automation I'm already currently working on. My goodness, I am just tired. Ah, fucking great. I'm getting attacked from the south as well. Honestly, I think I'm gonna wrap it up here shortly, so I can go lay down a little bit for my other plans today. But I do want to get this point defense established before I do so. Man, we really didn't get far at fuck it all today. That's fine. Alrighty. Okay. Huh. I'm somehow not even meeting demand. Amazing. Oh, okay, so I see what he fucking meant by that. Alrighty. I'm gonna call it there. Honestly. Oh. My bad. There we are. But I want to say thank you guys for coming out. I hope you enjoyed stream. I'm sorry I didn't stream all week. I've been feeling really out of it, and with work being as uber stressful as it has been, it's just been a mess trying to convince myself to stream. But hopefully next week we'll be more and more into it, as we will be out of the fucking harder parts of class, so I can actually, kick back and start to relax again. But I do appreciate you guys for coming out. I hope you had a good time. And I hope to see you guys later. Real quick, in case you need them. Some links, should you need them. Twitter is where I do like all my so I announce my stream schedule on Twitter. So if you're trying to figure out what I'm going to be streaming, that's where to go. I post every Monday. If you want to come hang out sometime, I'm pretty often, more than not, in my Discord. So you can easily find me there. If you want to check out a VOD that you missed, YouTube is the place to go. And we are going to raid over to somebody I am acquainted with. They go by the name Freya. They're real chill individual. I like them a lot. So definitely go check them out. Be kind to them. I'm gonna go lay down for a couple minutes because I have been up since about this time yesterday. So I'll be seeing you guys in a little bit, and I hope you have a fantastic evening. Or day, weekend, whatever it may be. Just go enjoy yourselves, and go say hi to Freya. She's cool. Real cool. But I'll talk to you guys later.